Hare Krishna. Namah Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Tamal Krishna Goswami Iti Namine Namah Om Krishna Pristhaya Srimate Swami Namah Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swamin Iti Namine Namah Om Bhutale Namah Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namah Om Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Namah Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pristhaya Bhutale Srimate Bhaktivedanta Swami Iti Namine Namah Om Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschat Desha Tarine Namaste Jai Prabhupada Nirvishesha Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschat Desha Darine Namaste. Nirvishesha Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschat Desha Darine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gora Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Gauranga, Gauranga Nitai, Nitai Gadadhar Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gora Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gora Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gora Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Gauranga, Gauranga Nitai, Nitai Gora, Gora Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gora Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Gadadhar Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Gora Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Gauranga, Gauranga Nitai, Nitai Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Radha Kalachandji, Jai Radha Govinda, Jai Jagannath, Jai Baladev, Jai Subhadra, Jai Gauranitai. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Rama, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Kalachanji Radha, Kalachanji Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha, Jaya Radha Kalachanji Radha, Kalachanji Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha, Jaya Radha Govinda Radha, Govinda Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha, Jaya Radha Govinda Radha, Govinda Shri Radhe. Jaya Radha, Jaya Radha Nila Madhava Radha, Nila Madhava Radhe. Jaya Radha, Jaya Radha Nila Madhava Radha, Nilamadhava Radhe Jaya Radha. Jaya Radha Giridhari Radha Giridhari Shri Radhe Jaya Radha. Jaya Radha Giridhari Radha Giridhari Shri Radhe Jaya Radha. Jaya Radha Madana Mohana Radha Madana Mohana Radhe Jaya Radha. Jaya Radha Madana Mohana Radha Madan Mohan Shri Radhe Jaya Radha. Jaya Radha Gopinath Radha Gopinath Shri Radhe Jaya Radha. Jaya Radha Gopinath Radha Gopinath Shri Radhe Jaya Radha. Jaya Radha Rasa Bihari Radha Rasa Bihari Radhe Jaya Radha. Jaya Radha Rasa Bihari Radha Ras Bihari Shri Radhe Jaya Radha. Jaya Radha Madhava Radha Madhava Shri Radhe Jaya Radha. Jaya Radha Madhava Radha Madhava Shri Radhe Jaya Radha. Jaya Radha Shama Sundar Radha Shama Sundar Shri Radhe Jaya Radha. Jaya Radha Shama Sundar Radha Shama Sundar Shri Radhe. Jaya Krishna Balaram Krishna Balaram Krishna Balaram Jaya Vrindavan Dham Jaya Krishna Balaram. Jaya Krishna Balaram Jaya Krishna Balaram Krishna Balaram Jaya Vrindavan Dham Jaya Krishna Balaram. Jaya Pancha Tattva Jaya Pancha Tattva Pancha Tattva Jaya Pancha Tattva Jaya Pancha Tattva. Jaya Pancha Tattva Jaya Pancha Tattva Pancha Tattva Jaya Pancha Tattva. Jaya Jagannath Jaya Jagannath Jai Baladeva Jai Subhadra. Jagannath Swami Nayana Patagami Nayana Patagami Bhavatu me. Jagannath Swami Nayana Patagami Nayana Patagami Bhavatu me. Jaya Jagannath Jai Jagannath Jai Baladeva Jai Subhadra. Jaya Jagannath, Jai Jagannath, Jai Jagannath Swami, Jaya Jagannath. Jaya Baladeva, Jaya Subhadra, Jai Baladeva, Jai Subhadra. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya. Jaya Gauranitai, 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 Jaya Gauranitai, Jaya Gauranitai. Nitai Gauranga Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Nitai Gauranga Haribol, 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 Nitai Gaura Haribol. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada, Jagat Guru Srila Prabhupada, Jaya Jagat Guru. Jaya Vaishnava Thakur Srila Prabhupada, Vaishnava Thakur Srila Prabhupada, Jaya. Jaya Patita Pavan Srila Prabhupada, Patita Pavan Srila Prabhupada, Jaya Patita Pavan. Jaya Bhakti Vedanta Prabhupada, Bhakti Vedanta Srila Prabhupada, Jaya Bhakti Vedanta. Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Gurudev, 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 Jaya Jaya Gurudev. Jaya Patita Pavan Srila Gurudeva, Patita Pavan Srila Gurudeva, Jaya Patita Pavan. Jaya Gurudeva, 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 Jaya Gurudeva. Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bo. Okay. Time now.
Hare Krishna. We're going to go ahead and start with the offerings. First, I'd like to welcome everyone to the 77th Vyasa Puja celebration for His Divine Grace Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaja Srila Gurudev. Jai, Srila Gurudeva Ki Jai. So I guess gradually devotees will, you know how devotees are, they are always late, so gradually they'll come in. So first of all, he's going to have to leave soon, so we're going to ask Yudhisthira Prabhu to speak first, if that's okay, Yudhisthira Prabhu. Jai, Jai. Yudhisthira Prabhu Ki Jai.
Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Tamal Krishna Goswami Niti Namane. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Niti Namane. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharani Nirvishesha Sunyavari Paskachate Satarni. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivas Adigora Bhaktavinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Vanchakapa Tribhascha, Kripa Sindhivya, Padinam Pavanibhyo, Vaishnavebhyo, Namo Namaha. Hare Krishna, everyone. You know, we think sometimes this is it's such a small crowd, small group. But actually, we should feel that the vibration is circling the planet of all the Vaishnavas, chanting, hearing, remembering. So we should never feel like, oh, why so few? Prabhupada set the example. He was alone for a long time, and one or two people would come, and then somebody would help, and so we should never lament about numbers, so to speak. One of the most special experiences for me recently was being, and I'm speaking a little bit about this because I'm hoping that more people will come so they can hear from Mukunda Dada Prabhu, who's here visiting. And the first time I remember meeting you was in, I think, the end of '84 when you were traveling with Goswami Raj serving Radha Damodar. And I remember on one of the Vyasa Pujas, you gave him an outfit for Radha Damodar as a Vyasa Puja gift, and I gave a BlackBerry, right? And I forget the words he used, but he said, that says a lot, I was like, practical, material-oriented things, organized, like that. And Mukunda Dada Prabhu was, thinking about Radha Damodar on a different level. So, fond memories of racing around in those days when we were both a little younger in these bodies. So, driving here, I was listening to Rati Manjari has a live track going where she's interviewing different devotees. And she was speaking, the theme obviously for this auspicious occasion of His Holiness Tamal Krishna Goswami's Vyasa Puja. This is I'm 69, so this is his 77th. Is that correct? Because he's a little over 8 years older than I am. And so they were speaking, inevitably it gets to the heaviness, Like I tune in and, it awakened some of my PTSD, admittedly, when they're talking about how, like Maharaja was speaking about, and he was really angry, and he was, it was like on and on and on and on, and I'm like driving and cringing and almost hit a car. And it's the truth. At the same time, then she said a couple of things that I'd like to share, because I thought they were meaningful and very helpful. And one of them has to do with caretaking and caring about other souls. So as we make progress on this path of bhakti, which is the path of devotion, the path of love, ultimately, we learn, when we look around, to look at the heart of embodied living entities, seeing the soul, we're seeing with equal vision. And with that, we develop more kindness, more compassion, and not just humans, but we look at, we can get, all of you have experienced it, you look at a tree and you're reminded, this tree has witnessed so much. This tree is so tolerant. We look at the grass and we think, the grass is so humble, and if someone steps on it, then little sun, little water, it springs back up. And then someone steps again, it springs back up, inspiring us to be determined and continue on this path. And if there's any slight deviation, which can happen from moment to moment, we can reel ourselves back, because over time we get grounded. And that's how we can think. So Rati said, I think Srila Gurudev, he initiated about 1,350 disciples. And his intelligence in the lifetime that we experienced with him, in his vapu, in physical form, was very penetrating. And his heart was also very deep from his practices and his birth and so on. So, as those of you who got to know him, to whatever extent anyone could, he cared. I mean, he saw the psyche of each individual, the psychology of each individual. He saw where their heart was at. He saw, their physical situation, their family situation. He saw everything, and he also developed love for each soul, because he was an empath. I mean, and now it's a more common word to say, and he was a person who was empathetic to everyone's condition. I can just say sometimes when people react spontaneously, it tells a lot about the person. So I remember when I was living with my family in the house next to the temple across the park here, the Gray House, going out to go to the restaurant, and Tamal Krishna Goswami was walking on the other side of the street, and there was an older woman with one of those old vehicles with the really heavy doors, like a sedan type thing, a 4-door, really heavy door. And she must have been, I don't know, I thought she was very old. She was probably my age now. And she got her thumb, she closed the door on her thumb. And she was calling out for help. And I ran across the street, any of us would, right? Tamal Krishna Goswami, instead of being an aloof sannyasi and letting somebody else do it, he ran to the car and he got in, because she was standing outside the car door and her thumb was closed. The door hadn't closed completely. It's not like a bloody, gory story. You don't have to cringe, but and a happy ending. So he got on the inside of the car, and the door was still a little bit, like, not completely closed, but I had to push it to open it. If you've ever had to do that. So if someone's fingers caught, you're like as soft as possible. And he was on the inside, both helping and comforting her so it wouldn't be pushed in so much. So that was an example. And she got her thumb out, and there was minor bruising, no blood, no nothing. So kind of surprising. And she was very appreciated. But he jumped into action. And that's how he was, not only devotionally with his calling to assist Prabhupada, but also on a very personal level towards his disciples. So Rati Manjari was speaking to, about this point, that he knew everyone and, all of his disciples very, very well. And beyond that, someone asked him in one of his latter classes in Australia, if he was preaching to his professors when he was in England. And he said, no, I'm not preaching with them at all. I'm just making friends. That's all. Because people are looking for love. This is our intrinsic nature, the nature of the soul. We're pleasure seeking. We're looking for affection and love. Some of us look for more knowledge than others, those that are more academically perhaps oriented in this life. So that is our pattern. So he felt all of those 1,350 disciples, their needs. And it's a big burden. It's a huge burden. And I'm not trying to overplay that, but Nityananda Prabhu and I were thinking, I just spoke with him and thanked him for all of his service these many years. And you feel that way with people. Sometimes, maybe just our family we feel that way. Maybe some of us are destined, to be in a leadership position with more people, some less, and then we can give more. But you feel that way when you're an empath and you care, and he was very much like that. At the same time, she also gave an announcement mentioned about boxing, like teaching disciples. It would almost be like, he's boxing with us and gives us a couple of punches, and then you get down, and then the referee calls, Krishna, the referee, calls timeout, ring, ring, ring the bell, and then they get some water splashed on them and rinse out, and then they go back for more, and it made me think of Muhammad Ali. Why? He had this thing called rope-a-dope, if anybody remembers from 30, 40 years ago. So he would just relax. He was so skilled and talented. He would just relax against the ropes and say, come on. So it made me think that Goswami Maharaj sometimes laid little traps for us to learn. He observed what might happen, asked some questions that would guide us potentially to step into, his opportunity to teach us. I don't know if that, Chaitanya Chandrapur, you're nodding because you've been there. So, not easy. I'm really glad that I listened to that broadcast, and so thankful to be here with all of you. Mahari Prabhu, when I turned it on, it was all about, you were speaking all about anger, and he would get angry, and this and that, and I was like having a PTSD episode in my car driving here, listening to it. And at the same time, Rati Manjari's talk about empathy really woke me up, because we do care about each other to the point where it would be very easy to embrace everyone in this room and cry, Prandam Bihari Prabhu, you look the same as so many years ago. Nice to see you. Okay. Srila Gurudev ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Nitai Gaur Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kipasindubhyevacha pritanam pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasari Gaur Bhaktavinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Wow, time's flying, right? Another year. You know, I always have a hard time trying to pull together something to say for these Vyasa Pujas. But I was reading in the Srimad Bhagavatam. I mean, I've been reading a lot lately, but one of the descriptions when talking, it was with Yudhishthira Maharaj, and in the first canto, there's some description of the quality of devotees. And Prabhupada just gave an interesting description. He said, Vaishnavas are those who make devotees. And the ones who don't make devotees, they're devotees, but they're not the Vaishnavas. The Vaishnava is a special category of people actually who are eternal servants of the Lord, who are advanced Uttama Adhikari, persons who are completely dedicated like that. And we're aspiring devotees. So, but when he said that, I was like, I'd never heard him put it like that before. And I mean, I had read it before, but I didn't remember that, obviously. But when he said that, I was like, wow. So I started thinking of, Tamal Krishna Goswami, and how much difficulty he had to go through, especially in India when he was there, and then he decided to leave, and Prabhupada really wanted him to come back. And then Prabhupada met him, I think it was first in LA, and Gurudev said, I'm doing some preaching here. And he goes, what is that preaching? Prabhupada said. And Gurudev had these, at least 10, I forget if it was 10 or more, but at least 10 new devotees, all shaved up, come in with their dhotis and kurtas on and put a rose on Prabhupada's desk. And that one would offer obeisance and sit down. Then the next one would come in. Then the next one would come in. And the next one would come in. It was kind of dramatic the way he had it timed, right? Expert, right? Each one coming in. So Prabhupada said, this is preaching. So I was like, okay. And then he did that also in the same thing. I think he did it in Atlanta also. When Prabhupada was there. But when I joined, I went to go visit San Francisco to visit the devotee who had preached to me and made me a devotee named Keshava, who's an old Prabhupada disciple, who was also good friends with Gurudev. And so at some point between the time I started chanting 16 rounds, around that time, he started traveling with Gurudev, and I think they were in Vancouver first, but they started coming down into the U.S. They went to Seattle, and they called me. He called me. He said, why don't you come? And I had just wrecked my car, and I was like, because I was going to drive up there, because I didn't have money to fly, but I would drive up there. Back in the 70s, gas was pretty cheap. And then they came to Portland, Oregon, and he called me again. And then they finally came to San Francisco. And through that tour, they had made so many devotees, Vidyananda, Drista, I don't remember all the different names of everybody that was on the party that had just joined when they passed through from the universities. There was some infamous descriptions of how devotees would join from the different temples, that they would steal devotees. But actually they were making lots of devotees from the universities. Lots. Not just a few. They were raking them in. It was like amazing. So then I decided to fly up to San Francisco and meet Gurudev, and he was there on the bus with Tripurari Swami and Vishnujan Swami, and
I walked into the bus, and there was this devotee, Chaitanya Mangal or something, playing the mridanga. They were doing a kirtan on the bus when we walked in, and Keshava and I walked in, and I was like, wow, a mridanga. I had never seen anything like it. And Gurudev noted that I was like attracted to the drum, right? So after we met, and he said, so you like that drum? And I said, yeah. He goes, you'll learn how to play it. And I was like, wow, cool. So that was one of the first things I did, was travel with a devotee named Manya Das, and he had a mridanga in his van. But anyway, so we were there in San Francisco, and we were at, I think it was Ghirardelli, the chocolate factory, or they would set up in a couple different places. There were so many people there. So Vishujan Maharaj would do the kirtan with Hashigrami and different other devotees there. And so my service was to play the tambura. Vishujan Maharaj taught me how to do the dun dun dun, dun. Real simple, right? I wasn't a musician, so I didn't have, and I didn't know the mantras, so only when they sang Hare Krishna, otherwise I would just pretend to be singing because I didn't know what they were singing. But meantime, the kirtan, any of you who had ever been to one of those kirtans of Vishujan Swami with the Hasha playing the Esaraj, it was this mystically beautiful harmonium, all this, and Vishujan Maharaj, this gorgeous voice, and just the whole kirtan was very captivating. You know how we just had, there at the festival, the Sadhu Sangha, a nice production. So Vishujan Maharaj had a wonderful production back in the day. He was like, it was really, really nice. So they would be up there just absorbed in the kirtan, and so Gurudev and all these different persons would look to see who was really absorbed in the kirtan amongst the men, and they would go and sit down with them. And I was there one day, and one devotee, I think his name, he joined, he got initiated with us, he joined right there on the spot. I think his name was Paramatma or Paratma or something like that. Anyway, he joined right there, as well as some other people, but I remember him because he got initiated with us. And so Tamal Krishna Goswami had that conviction to, convince people. He was a closer. And you can't do that unless you're advanced. You can't do that unless you're absorbed and purified and stuff. So we all felt purified being with Gurudev, hearing his classes, and so he was a Vaishnava. So we're like, yeah, no kidding. He made so many devotees. I wonder if anybody's ever tried to count how many people became devotees just from the Radha Damodar party, what to speak of all the rest of the decades that he spent time preaching to people, and how many disciples and how many people became devotees. And that's how now I see, like, okay, the other devotees who have made so many devotees, they're Vaishnavas, otherwise they're empowered, otherwise they wouldn't have done that. So we didn't have an opportunity to be there when Gurudev left, but when you read the Bhagavatam, and you read about, for instance, I've been just reading about the Pandavas, how they retired timely, and how they, the symptoms of Kali Yuga were all there, and Yudhishthira Maharaj was noticing with Bhima, and they were waiting for Arjuna to come back. He was there with Krishna. And then finally Arjuna showed up and told them the whole story that Krishna was gone, and I just got all of Krishna's queens stolen from me by these cowherd men. And it made me think, like, wow, and Yudhishthira Maharaj basically kind of like, he was such a qualified, amazing person. He processed everything that he had been doing into him just being absorbed in devotional service. And he took sannyas, he had some special ceremony, some fire sacrifice, and took off, installed Parikshit Maharaj as the king, and then took sannyas, and then they left for the Himalayas up north, and they started walking. So even though we didn't get to see that with Gurudev, we, a lot of us are getting old and thinking about how to spend the last part, So, but we got to see him as a preacher the whole time, even when he went to SMU and he went to Cambridge and everything. He continued to inspire and keep preaching to those people, whoever he was with. He would always preach and make people devotees here in Dallas, all those college professors. So that's my inspiration to try to, keep pushing to do something in that direction. Because he pushed. I mean, like Yudhishthira was talking, nobody can even understand how much he pushed Yudhishthira. That's inconceivable, right? Unless you're in that position where you're his secretary or something, you can't understand, like Shaligram and Yudhishthira and others who were even Maharaja as a host down in Houston, can't understand how much Gurudev pushed because he was pushing himself. So we need to figure out how to do that, how to push ourselves a little more. Gurudev Ki Jai, Haribol.
Om Jnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namah Mukam Karoti Vachalam Pangum Langhayate Girim Yat Kripa Tamaham Vande Shri Gurum Dinataranam. It's a great honor to be here, and happy to see so many devotees have come. I remember back in, say, around 1985 or so, on this occasion, the temple would be completely jam-packed, hundreds of people, hard to get in, and godbrothers, many of them. Just a lot of energy in those days, so it's different now. It's kind of arrestingly so, but I really appreciate to see that Ritatvaj Maharaj is here, Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu has come, and of course the rest of us. We have a tendency to think in terms of assets and popularity, reputation, influence, power, prestige. These are all measures of success in this material world. And certainly Tamal Krishna Goswami would affect all of those things all at once, wherever he went, practically speaking. But here we are, some 20-something years after his disappearance from this world. And the real opulence is found in the hearts of those that he really touched, because many people come and take to Krishna consciousness superficially, and after some time, they just disappear. But the real opulence is whatever he was able to establish within the hearts of those who are sitting in this room right now, and those who are listening online right now. Because that's I think, something that's not going to go away. And of course, as I was hearing Yudhishthira Prabhu discuss, how he touched the lives in particular of these 1,300 or 1,400 devotees whom he initiated, we know that that was actually just a small measure of his great spiritual opulence, that he was able to do so many things to expand this movement and to touch the lives of people outside the movement and to bring them into the movement, or at least to make them favorable to the movement. And really it's impossible actually to really adequately describe all the contributions that he made, visible and invisible, to Srila Prabhupada's mission. And so it's therefore impossible to really appreciate just how deeply Srila Prabhupada loved him, and I should say even depended on him, and really was, I'm sure, very grateful to have such a disciple. As we heard already, that when the Lord comes, or when his empowered representative comes, all these associates are coming with him. There's no doubt at all that Tamal Krishna Goswami was sent from the spiritual world along with Srila Prabhupada just to help him and assisting to spread Krishna consciousness in the amazing way that he did. Srila Prabhupada knew that to spread Krishna consciousness throughout the world was not one man's work. Even to build the temple at Mayapur alone was not one man's work. And therefore, Tamal Krishna Goswami was there, sleeping on top of a pile of bricks in Mayapur to make sure that they weren't stolen. Driving with the truck from the merchant who sold the bricks, just to make sure that nothing happened en route. That's what happens in India, So, this was his phenomenal devotion. Above and beyond the call of duty, he would just make sure that it got done, and he would make sure that it got done right. And that's why Srila Prabhupada gave him the instruction to go to China. Now the world is processing China, and what China means in the 21st century. And by God's grace, through the agency, of course, of His Divine Grace, Srila Prabhupada, but also through the agency of Srila Prabhupada's, in my opinion, foremost servitor, the books are already there. As Prabhupada said, the brainwashed books are already there, and there are so many devotees already there. Prabhupada said he could face fire, and he did on many, many occasions. Outside, in outreach efforts, and even within the International Society for Krishna Consciousness, he went through so many tests, even from the God Brothers. That's maybe the hardest kind of test to swallow, isn't it? Srila Prabhupada knew about that. But he always demonstrated his absolute dedication to Srila Prabhupada and to following Srila Prabhupada's instructions. Many, many times he did what was very uncomfortable for him to do, just because it's what was required to please Srila Prabhupada, according to the time and place and circumstance. These are the things that we have to learn from him. And as we heard this morning, impossibly try to emulate those things. It's a task far beyond us, even to come up to his standard. What to speak of what Srila Prabhupada expected that his ISKCON society might accomplish as a collective whole. But if we can somehow or other muster all the humility at our command and fall at his lotus feet and beg from him, just as Bhaktivinoda Thakur gives as example in his song, Gurudev Kripa Bindu Diya, ityadi, this is the spirit that we have to imbibe. He had this spirit, even if it wasn't always manifest. One reporter here in Dallas, I remember, after an interview, this was published, if I'm not mistaken, in the, what is it called, Dallas Times? Morning something, yeah. So he described Tamal Krishna Goswami as being imperious. And we've all experienced that aspect. I always like to say that one thing that struck me, because it was by his grace that I was struck, he had me looking at, I think it was Hitopadesh, Book of Good Counsels in Sanskrit, and he wanted me to kind of like summarize the teachings there. He said, even if I don't use all of the work that you do, at least you'll become very wise. I'm still waiting for that to happen, but one of the things that really struck me in that endeavor was a verse that I've never lost ever since then, which it said that a true friend is like a coconut. The coconut may have a very harsh exterior, rough, hard, and certainly many people, maybe even most people, saw that aspect of Tamal Krishna Goswami. But the true friend is also inside, on the inside of that shell, very sweet and very soft and pure. And this was him. We've already heard about his empathy. We've already heard about his his efforts to just reach out and bring people in closer to Krishna, not for his own self-aggrandizement, although he was so totally absorbed in transcendental duality that sometimes it even looked that way, and many people got that misconception as well. But he was always eager to help people. He was really reaching out to people, not to, maybe I want to say, enrich our society on some kind of socio-political level, but he was actually trying to engage people in the service of Srila Prabhupada and Krishna for their own eternal benefit. His vision was so deep that he saw like that naturally. The rest of us, we have to study our books, and we have to practice Krishna consciousness as best as we can, and maybe after some time we get a glimmer, but he just had this naturally, and it's amazing. I always recommend people to read Servant of the Servant, and I also recommend that they read that book in between the lines, by which I mean that we can see what he did in that book. He published so many of his letters. This morning we heard that he had over 200 letters. I'm not sure we got all of them. That's something, that's a research project somebody can undertake. But just those letters that obviously he felt they were very significant, he published in that book, and more importantly to me, at least, is that he commented on what he felt was significant about those letters. And that says nothing other than what his spontaneous, natural character was as a perfect disciple. He just had that attitude naturally. And he was able to have those insights because, as I said earlier, he was, in my opinion, an eternal resident of the spiritual world, simply sent to help Srila Prabhupada to spread Krishna consciousness. And there are not many people in ISKCON who have spread Krishna consciousness as much as he did. Even though he often worked in a kind of behind-the-scenes and managerial capacity, but his influence on this movement was so vast and remains so strong. My fear, the worst fear that I have, is that in due course of time, as people lose touch with his legacy, or even his biography for that matter, we call it hagiography, that they will fail to see just how significant he was for Srila Prabhupada's mission and its establishment in the pioneering days of ISKCON. He told me personally that he was a pioneer when he felt maybe hemmed in or frustrated by ISKCON politics as a GBC member. That's one reason of, I think, many that he branched out into academia. But he told me, I'm a pioneer. I have to do new things and break new ground and make inroads and go where no man has ever gone before, so to speak. So, Hare Krishna. So, this was him, and this is why we worship him. These are maybe intangible achievements, but they certainly have tangible results, and we really want to try to glorify him as much as we can, and especially I've really in recent. It seems to me that as the years pass, the separation grows stronger, and I'm not supposed to feel that way because we don't get that sentiment from Srila Prabhupada. Srila Prabhupada never ever expressed separation from his spiritual master that I'm aware of. He always said he felt the presence of his spiritual master in serving his mission. Certainly that was Tamal Krishna Goswami's mood as well, but I feel my appreciation for what he did for me personally and for this movement in general is just, it keeps increasing, such that I always like to be invited and like to take the opportunity, even if I'm not invited, I'd like to volunteer to glorify what he's done and to glorify his good name and his character and his incredible devotion to the lotus feet of Srila Prabhupada. So I don't want to take too much time. There are so many other people who can say more than me because most of you have surrendered more than I have. And, unsung heroes that I'm seeing here after so many years, like Gopal Das. He's not in this room maybe, but he's behind the scenes somewhere. Yeah. This is his nature, and, so many that, I could list names, but we're to glorify Tamal Krishna Goswami now, but anyway, it's just as I said, it's a great honor, it's a great joyful occasion for me to come and just stay a few hours extra and say what I can about all that he meant to me and what he's done for Srila Prabhupada. It's a glorious, glorious life and a great inspiration to humanity and the world of devotees. Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami ki jai, Srila Prabhupada ki jai, Gaur Bhaktavrinda ki jai.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna. Vanchakalpatubhyascha, kripa sindhubhye vacha patitanam vaishnavevyo namo namaha. So nice hearing everyone's, I guess they call them offerings, but reports, or their, how you say it, expressions of their heart for Tamal Krishna Maharaj. I was told to show up a little bit late because nobody's here. And it made me think, I wonder how long Tamal Krishna Maharaj would sit here and wait, but I'm not going to get into that. Whoops, I almost broke my teeth. Always keep the conversation in business class. That's our mantra. I think you know that story with Tamal Krishna Maharaj. We keep the conversation in business class. After his, during and after his experience with having cancer, there's always different types of challenges that go along with that. And sometimes the conversation would descend, I guess you could say, or morph into something that wasn't healthy for his improvement, or say positive for his improvement. So I came up with the mantra, Maharaj, you don't fly economy. I have so many miles, I don't fly economy. Let's keep the conversation in business class. Let's not go down. And then, after my few months, I had to go take care of my mother. She also had cancer. And Gary Dori Maharaj always reminds me that I started the Happy Camper Club. When the conversations would, is descend okay? I descend. I would say, Maharaj, we stay in business class and we're all happy campers here in the room. So we keep the Happy Camper program going. As everyone has said, it's quite a pleasure and an honor to be here for this special occasion. I think I've been to almost every one. I know in 1998 I brought the Guru Cool Boys to Houston for his Vyasa Puja. I actually asked permission. And he said, why do you want to come? And I said that in Dallas there's not, in Alachua in 1998, there's not so much emphasis on this type of event. And so I'd like to have our youth that I'm, would you say they're, how do you say, I don't want to say protector, but I'm the one that I've been given, they've been turned over to me to advance or to be educated, and I want them to see the ceremony. And then, just paraphrase, so we went there. And it was Vyasa Puja day, and Maharaj was giving class. Tamal Krishna Maharaj was giving class, and all of a sudden it morphed into the Vyasa Puja ceremony. It didn't have like a pause in between, because he was asking other people to speak. There were several, myself and Keshava Maharaj, a few others, so we started speaking. And then I said that he was a pillar of our society, and he interrupted me and said, that's what Prabhupada said. He's a pillar of the society. And as Yudhishthira was saying, Tamal Krishna Maharaj was very expert at understanding what he studied people. He was very, very acute at studying people. And from that, he would call out what he saw was inappropriate, which was the duty. A duty that's not easy, at least for myself, it's not easy to have to call people out when they need improvement. That's what everybody calls the external side, which everybody talks about, the danda, the heaviness. And I'll give an example. I was just recently in Radhadesh, and there, I don't know how many years it was before that, but there were a group of brahmacharis, either at Radhadesh or Amsterdam or somewhere, and they were all bhaktas, and they were wanting to get initiated. And they were deciding who they were going to get initiated by. First they were competing to see who could learn the most verses. And then they were competing to see who could figure out who the best person was to initiate them. And one day, one of the boys who was like one of the top competitors said, "I've decided who my guru is. I've decided before you." Right? And so he said, who are you going to decide? He said, I'm going to accept Tamal Krishna Maharaj as my spiritual master. So everybody said, okay. So then Tamal Krishna Maharaj came to that temple. And this brahmachari was like right up in the front. I'm going to get initiated by Goswami Maharaj. And so Goswami Maharaj was giving a lecture. And in that lecture, he discussed several things. And then this bhakta said, Guru Maharaj, could you please elaborate on this piece? Maharaj just said, I don't elaborate on things. If you have a question, ask it. And at that, it was like, don't engage me. And just, if you have a question, ask it. And he curled up and kind of said, well, maybe I need to adjust my thinking better. And I don't know who we got initiated by. That part of the story wasn't given to me. But one of the points that Chaitanya Chandra made was how many devotees that Goswami was able to, pull out of the material world. And I think, Mukunda Dutt, you mentioned to read Servant to the Servant. I think that was one of your comments. And I remember in the Servant to the Servant, and I remember being there. It's one of my famous stories of how the Hare Krishnas came to my house and took all the flowers. I mean, everybody knows that story. And of course I saw Vishnu Jan, I saw all the devotees, but it was in a particular state of consciousness that wasn't submissive enough to appreciate the devotees at that time. And then I told Tamal Krishna, because in the book it talks about how they were walking along what's nicknamed the Mouse River. It's named the Mouse River, and he and Tamal Krishna Maharaj and Vishnu Jan were walking along this river. It's like a little pathway, deciding how to improve, where to go next. Advanced planning. Something new, something creative back then. There was advanced planning. And I told Tamal Krishna Maharaj, I said, told him about the story of the flowers, and that I also walked on that path all the time. And I said, there's a chance if I had met you and Vishnu Jan Swami, it may have been somebody called them the closer. I can't remember. I can't remember who was. I might have been closed on the spot because I was of like whatever consciousness. I think I'm still there, but that's not the point. And then Tamal Krishna Maharaj looked at me and he says, I get credit for making you a devotee also. You rendered service to Radha Damodar. I was in charge of Radha Damodar. You did your first devotional service in this lifetime there. And so, let me see here. As Mukunda Datta was saying, that he was always able to get the job done, and he did so with great confidence. And so, one of the things I noted down was there was an exchange. I'm not sure with all the GBC, but it was in Mayapur. It probably came into the room, and he asked the devotees, all GBC members or sannyasis, and he said, "Are you convinced? Are you convinced?" And if in those occasions when Prabhupada just walks in and asks you if you're convinced, and you say yes, he'll want to know. He want proof. And if you say, well, I'm not really convinced, he'll want to know why. I hope that's not me. I thought I turned it off. And so, when Mukunda Datta was speaking, I actually see, or I would take from that Srila Gurudev did so much service for ISKCON, for Srila Prabhupada, because he was convinced of Srila Prabhupada. in Srila Prabhupada's mission. That much conviction. Are you convinced of everything? Who knows? I would say, in his case, yes, but he had so much conviction and was so convinced of what Srila Prabhupada was doing that he's able to take, as I think it was Mukunda Datta, the coconut. Yeah, he could have the outside external harshness, or I want to say harsh. I'll say hardness that's necessary. Harsh is a different term. But yet inside had that compassionate nature, which sometimes has to have, it has to have some kind of structure to it. And so I'm really like, feel that Goswami Maharaj was so convinced of Srila Prabhupada's mission and had such a depth of understanding of it. I mean, a real depth of understanding Srila Prabhupada's mission, far and beyond that which would be normally expected at that point. I mean, like when he came here, he told everyone, get jobs and serve your families and support the temple. And at that time, it was a little outside the perimeter. It was within the perimeters, but on the edge, or whatever you want to call it, and wanted to develop a community. And if you look at it in one way, it was a way of establishing varnashram in modern society. In other words, having our families, taking care of their families, and encouraging the families to provide for them, for their themselves, not be reliant on a temple to provide for them, and at the same time use their talents and use their earnings to support and push on the preaching of Krishna consciousness. I can't read my notes. Oh yeah. Seems like Mukunda Datta got most of my notes. Mukunda Datta, sorry, Prabhu. And the significant role in which Goswami Maharaj had in this society, and many people will express the dependence Srila Prabhupada had on Tamal Krishna Maharaj to do certain things. I mean, he was the one that Prabhupada called, get me out of here, when he was in LA. You know, he was the one that was called. It's like, that's what you call a confidential servant. That's what you call a confidential servant. And so, I mean, practically speaking, amongst those, Brahmatirtha is going to speak in 3 minutes. I got to go fast. So I went too long. He has an appointment at 12:30, so it's 12 o'clock there, so I'm going to jump real quick. So Brahmatirtha and I may say together at the same time, practically speaking, never a day goes by within the challenges that we face in ISKCON that we don't say, we really need Tamal Krishna Maharaj here to help us with this one, because there's no way out. He would know the way out. He would know the way out, and no matter what it took to get out, he'd be willing to do it. Like Mukunda Datta said, was it Mukunda or somebody said he was sleeping on the bricks so they wouldn't steal him, and he's sleeping on the brick truck. I mean, whatever had to be done, he was willing to do. And it was a real blessing for me to be the one that was allowed to be his nurse, or whatever you want to call it, coach. I think he called me coach, if I remember right, Yudhishthira, he called me coach, and get that unexpected association, because as everyone knows, I mean, even when our conversations during our time together, and that, I mean, we had more time after that, but that specific time, day after day after day after day, morning, evening, night, I mean, it was like a lot of association. And no matter what the topic was, it would always end up, Srila Prabhupada had done like this, Srila Prabhupada had done like this. It was always connected. He would find the connection to an experience that he had with Srila Prabhupada. It's almost like when I was listening to, sorry Mukunda Datta, I'm calling your name. It's like when I was listening to Mukunda Datta's classes online, he would always quote a verse and another verse and another verse to clarify it. And in the same way, Tamal Krishna Maharaj would quote an experience he had with Srila Prabhupada, an experience he had with Srila Prabhupada, an experience he had with Srila Prabhupada, to verify, is that the word? Verify the experience and to make his point valid. And so that's what I would like to say today to all the devotees. And again, it's very nice to be here. And yeah, let's just keep the program going, and hopefully we can get Brahmatirtha underlining. So thank you very much. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna.
After his operations, he was going through his recovery period. He said that the doctors, they had their medicine. He said the doctors, they had their medicine, but Krishna sent me the best medicine. He sent me his holy recovery. Next, Brahmatirtha Prabhu will be speaking, and hopefully his wife also will be talking.
Hare Krishna. Yeah, now can you hear me? Yes. Okay. So, is it my turn to speak now? Yes. Okay, just let me finish setting up. Who all is there? Okay. Okay. Hare Krishna. It's always an honor and a privilege to speak about Tamal Krishna Goswami. I'll speak briefly, something he would appreciate, and some recollections. I'd like to know who is there that knows me or that I know. It's hard to see faces. Oh, okay. Tell me some of the names who are there. I got to greet. I have to greet people.
Can you hear?
Say again?
Can you hear us?
Yeah, now I do. Too many. Okay.
Everyone knows you that's here. All the standard elevated souls.
Got it. Okay. Yeah. The usual crowd. Got it. Okay. There's a saying, something called a Renaissance man, somebody who fits in all worlds. When the Renaissance came in Europe, there was different worlds. We had the worlds of coming out of the Middle Ages, the world of the church, the world emerging of arts and sciences. And every once in a while, there would be a Renaissance man, somebody who can navigate through that complex world. In the science, it was Isaac Newton, and novelists, it was others. And Tamal Krishna Maharaj struck me as a Renaissance man. He could be as comfortable in the conservative world of India as he could be in the academic world at Southern Methodist University and eventually Cambridge University. So one day I get a call from him, and he said to me, "Rama, I'm fried." Okay. I said, "Yes, Goswami, what can I do?" There was a lot of things going on in ISKCON then that were unpalatable. there was some controversies at the GBC level, this, and that. And he said to me, I'm fried. I said, yes, how may I serve you? He says, I want to go spend some time with Haridayananda Maharaj. And I said, great. It's in the 90s, mid-90s. And I said, well, he has a room in Santa Barbara all ready for you. And it's all set up. And he goes, really? He says, you know, I have a standard. I said, Goswami, I know your standard. It meets it. I was just there. And I didn't even have to ask Haridayananda Maharaj if the room was available for TKG. If he asked for it, he had it. He says, okay, tell him I'll be out next week on such and such a day, and I'm only staying a week. So he flew out, and he stayed a month. And at the end of, now, in 1988 or 9, when Haridayananda Maharaj decided to go back to college, that was weird, really weird. Here you have an ISKCON guru, GBC, sannyasi, going to college, which some of us had been taught is a slaughterhouse. Of course, Prabhupada told him in the early 70s, finish your degree, finish it. I want you to be able to speak to the intelligent class of people, finish your degree. But in those days, going back to the school where he hung out and did whatever with his college friends, it just wasn't possible. It was too weird to go with a Sikha and a Dodi and deal with the same people who you might have partied with or whatever. So Haridayananda Maharaj couldn't do that instruction. But later on he thought, yeah, I should do that. And then around 1988 or 9, Tamal Krishna Maharaj, he were in Mayapur, TKG, who Haridayananda Maharaj saw as his older brother, put his arm around Haridayananda Maharaj's shoulder and basically said to him, in not these words, don't bloop and go to college. But Maharaj was determined, Haridayananda Maharaj, to go to college. Prabhupada had told him to. Then, fast forward a little less than a decade, Tamal Krishna Maharaj is with Haridayananda Maharaj, and Haridayananda Maharaj convinced him to go back to college. And so, as you all know, Tamal Krishna, with especially a lot of help from Dhananjaya and others, went to SMU, and Lonnie Cleaver, wonderful professor, little, short, little, somewhat crippled guy. Materially, he didn't have much going. Intellectually, he was brilliant. And he realized the deadline to apply to SMU had been many, many months before the deadline had closed for an undergraduate. But Professor Cleaver realized, as he had described to me, I have a living specimen here. One of the things I talk about, I got one. Like sometimes as geologists, I'm a geologist, they caught in the Indian Ocean some extinct fish that was still alive. That we have exact fossils of it that are 300 million years old, and they caught one. So it's like that. He caught a living specimen of one of these monkey things, monks, and he got him admitted to SMU. And the rest, of course, you know. And with help from several people, and Yudhishthir and Dhananjaya and others, he got a support system and did marvelous at SMU. Now, I don't know if any of you noticed that Tamal Krishna Maharaj has been somewhat competitive. Some of you might have noticed that. And so when he was at SMU, my wife had gone back to college. And my wife and Goswami were like brother and sister. They were very close. There's a story of how that happened. Maybe there's not time for that today. But they become very close, like brother and sister, with the most intimate of wonderful conversations. And so she had gone back to school later in life, also undergraduates, started, went on and got a bunch of degrees. And so they would fax, and Tamal Krishna Maharaj got every award, and my wife got every award. You still have on the wall in Dallas, all his awards are in his room there. So they would fax each other whenever they got an award. Aha! Look what I got. My wife would send him, and he'd fax back, look what I got. And they were having this continuous, wonderful competition. And Prabhupada liked this kind of competition. He said, this is what we need to do, competing for how to serve Krishna. So they would fax each other. It was such a joy when that would happen. Back in 78, Tamal Krishna Maharaj took over the Houston temple with Radha Damodar. And that's when we had zonal acharyas or whatever. We had some kind of system then. And you were like baseball players before free agency. You were assigned to a team, and you could only leave the team if traded to another team, because almost everyone lived in ashrams. So when Radha Damodar took over the Houston temple, the old Rosalie Street temple, all the devotees there had a choice of staying or the correct word is fleeing to Florida, because it was a zone that had been broken up into two zones now, Texas and Florida. Originally, that was one GPC zone. So everyone fled. Rahastas, brahmacharis, we're getting out of town. And Bhakti and I were going to go to Florida. And, eventually every Jew has to retire to Florida is what we had calculated. So we might as well get a head start on that. And Tamal Krishna Maharaj called me aside and says, you can't go. He said, the main program we have here is the Indian program. You're the life membership director. You can't go. And so we stayed. Then we lived in a kind of a dumpy apartment, a few blocks from the temple. Now that neighborhood is gentrified, but very, very dumpy then. And Tamal Krishna Maharaj comes, so practical, and he says, came over for dinner, why are you living in this dump? I said, well, I give half my paycheck to the temple. That's what I was supposed to do. I had a job as a geologist, and after that, this is what I can afford. He said, don't be ridiculous. We don't need your money. Keep your money and get a decent place. I said, but Maharaj, if I have a decent place, I won't be able to come to the temple every day. He says, you're already Krishna conscious. You can have your own temple at home, but unless you have a decent place, how are you going to bring important people to your house? You bring people to this place, it's embarrassing. So my wife got very happy. Oh, we'll get a nice place. I was happy. After 6 months, though, Krishna had a different plan for us. That's another story, not relevant for this story. But the point is, I'm trying to give an example of how practical Tamal Krishna Maharaj was. Then, in 78, I took a month off from work. My wonderful friend Gora Chandra, I don't know if he's in Houston, Gora Chandra. So Gora Chandra and I worked for the same company. And he was able to transfer to my floor. So he covered for me for a month. Tamal Krishna Maharaj, I said, I want you to be my secretary for the Christmas marathon. So Gora Chandra would put a sign on my door. Bob is here, Bob is there. Every day he would rotate signs because I was never in the office. So I took a whole month off with no one knowing it. And what a time spending with Tamal Krishna Maharaj as assistant during the marathon. He and Rameshwar were having a huge competition. And they followed the example of the Mahabharata and had spies in each other's camp to see what was going on and who is distributing what books and what's going on. And if we're going to win, is Rameshwar at the last minute going to unload a bunch of book points? And is he hiding some? And it was such a fascinating competition. I don't remember who won, but it was so good to watch Goswami in the war room leading the Sankirtan campaign with Radha Damodar during a Christmas marathon. And that competition was good. It was a competition that Prabhupada wanted, that friendly competition to do more for Krishna. So I want to give another example of that competition. There's a little side story. Tamal Krishna says, this Rosalie Street temple, it won't do. We need a better place. Of course, we did get the better place where Houston is now. And he said, I got to get a better feel for Houston. So we rented a small airplane, just a single engine plane with just he and I and the pilot. And so we went up and we wanted to fly around Houston, get an aerial view. Now, I used to be a pilot, so nothing bothered me. I'm fine with it. But when you're flying over a city in a small plane, every time you hit a park, you get a downdraft. And every time you hit cement, you get an updraft. So to me, it was a lot of fun being on a roller coaster. To him, he got pretty green after about 10 minutes. And after about 15 minutes, I turned. So that ended that air trip. But he did find the temple complex, and he did find the right place. Because it was time we had outgrown Rosalie Street. And I want to go back to a story that happened at Rosalie Street that's miraculous. Every once in a while, we have these stories that you just can't explain it. We can't explain it by any laws of nature or laws of physics. And I had such an adventure with Prabhupada, but here's one. This is for Tamal Krishna Maharaj. We had invited I forgot the name of the theater company, but it was a theater company that did the Ramayan. They had just performed for the president of Panama, and a beautiful company. And it was the first big festival at the Houston Temple. And in America, it was the first big festival ever that catered to the expatriate Indian community. Because the first wave of Indian immigrants came that could get visas with the engineers, so they flocked to Houston. That was before the motel keepers could get visas later on. So this is the pre-Patel age. And so we had this big festival planned, and we had food trucks, refrigerator trucks, and we had a tent, and we expected 1,000 people. That was a lot in those days. That was huge, probably the biggest festival ever in North America. And everything was planned. I mean, the biggest festival outside the Rath Yatras. Everything was planned. But then we did something. I don't even remember what. But Janardana was president then. And we really upset Tamal Krishna Maharaj. And though I don't remember even what we did, lost in time, I knew what we did was wrong. We were supposed to arrange something for him, and we really snubbed him, unintentionally, but it was a snub. And he was pretty mad at us. He said, you guys really blew it. I don't know if any of you have ever seen what he can say when he's upset with you. But anyway, so we were pretty forlorn. Then, let's go on, Janardana, we'll get the festival going. And then the circuit breaker, the fuse blew. It's a Saturday night, and this is the master fuse for the house. It was an old house, the old temple, and some kind of fuse, we don't have fuses now, but had popped, and we lost our power. And it's a Saturday night, and there is no place to buy one in Houston. Then we hadn't anticipated rain, and the clouds came, and it started raining. And then a refrigerator truck went on the blink. And then something else went wrong. You know Murphy's Law, if something can go wrong, it will. Well, everything went wrong. And Janardana and I are sitting there just wringing our hands. What is going on? We're 1 hour from the festival. Pashupati, who was the maintenance person, couldn't figure out any way to get power back. And the refrigerator truck just went on the blink, and the clouds were coming, and it was starting to rain, and we had anticipated good weather. We didn't have only had limited tent coverage. Oh my God. And I said to Janardhan, let's just go see Goswami. So we went to see Goswami, and the first thing we say to him, look, we know we blew it for whatever we did. Again, what we did wrong was lost in time, but I remember we just had a really bad oversight, really bad. And we both apologized. I said, look, we blew it. We know it. We're really sorry. We'll try to get it right next time. And Tamal Krishna says, oh, that's okay. All is forgiven. He just wanted us to be humble about it. And then I said, by the way, everything's going wrong with the festival. We may have to cancel it. And Tamal Krishna said, don't worry, it's all going to work. So Janardhan and I walked outside. Pashupati comes running up to me. I don't know what happened, but the power's back. It's not possible because the whole fuse blew up. He said, somehow the power is still working. I looked at the sky, and the skies had cleared. Then our cook came running, said, I don't know what happened. The refrigerator truck started working. And all of a sudden, within 5 minutes, everything worked. Now, nobody's going to convince me that this wasn't a miraculous event. It was, and I just saw. Now, I never discussed this with Goswami. I said, what happened? Couldn't even ever ask him what he did. Oh, excuse me a second. The doorbell's ringing. I'm alone. Let me just tell them I'll be back in a second. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. So, anyway, these are some stories, and the purpose of the story is Tamal Krishna Maharaj was an extremely kind person. Sometimes we find he could be harsh, he could be rough. We had nicknames for him in the 70s. You know them. I won't repeat nicknames such as Hot Tamale. I didn't say that. So I didn't say it, so you didn't hear me say what I didn't say. And we used to have nicknames and things, yet when push comes to shove, he had such a huge heart, and he just wanted us to really be able to serve Prabhupada, and nothing else counted. And I could go on and on with stories, but I thought today I would just give you a few, maybe some that you hadn't heard before. So with that, I'll stop here. Thank you very much. It's a huge honor to be there. I wish I could have been there in person for Sadhu Sangha. I wish I could have been there in person today, but that will have to wait to another time. Thank you very much. Jai Radha Kalachandji, Hare Krishna. No, she is at physical therapy right now. Otherwise, she would have gladly spoken, and that's why I spoke a little longer. I meant to say at the beginning. Only time slot that worked, she's at physical therapy, and she couldn't change that.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
So it's just me. You don't get the better half. You get the worse half. One time, Prabhupada sent a letter to Prafula Mukhi. You are the better half. And she put it on her refrigerator at Henry Street so her husband would see it every day. And I stand by that letter, too.
Thank you so very much. Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Vanchakalpatrubhyascha kripa sindhu bevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Namo Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimate Tamal Krishna Goswami Iti Nomine. I had prepared to say something today, but first I wanted to mention about the wonderful class we heard this morning from Tamal Krishna Maharaj. It was totally incredible to hear his deep understanding of our Vaishnava Siddhanta, of Prabhupada's mission, of his relationship with Prabhupada and how he was serving Prabhupada. It was such a wonderful class to hear. I believe it was Gopal said it was June 9th, 1998 in New Zealand. That's actually my mother's birthday too, June 9th. So I thought this is really an important message. So it just made me understand how deep Tamal Krishna Maharaj was and how deep his understanding of everything was. And I think at the end of the class he said something like, he went back to school to study, but he actually considered himself to be a Sankirtan leader. That's how he considered himself. He was a leader of the Sankirtan movement. But Prabhupada wanted him, and the devotees wanted him to go back to school so he could also explain Krishna consciousness to the academic community. So he did that as a service to Srila Prabhupada. So I thought that was really wonderful understanding. So what I was actually going to speak on, I was thinking what to speak, and it just came to my mind that Srila Gurudev was a pioneer, and Mukundadatta mentioned that he saw himself as a pioneer. So I was thinking, what does that actually mean? Some people might not even know what that word means, maybe some Indian devotees. So I looked up the definition of what is a pioneer to kind of expand and elaborate some of Srila Gurudev's accomplishments. So one definition is one who ventures into the unknown or unclaimed territory to settle. So Srila Gurudev definitely did that by venturing to so many parts of the world and establish temples, make devotees, and especially going to China. And the next definition is one who opens up new areas of thought, research, or development. So Srila Gurudev was constantly doing that in our movement, thinking of new ways to spread Krishna consciousness and how to apply Krishna consciousness in the current context of the world. Well, this one might apply in some context. It says, a soldier who performs construction and demolition work in the field to facilitate troop movements. So maybe in some ways he had to do that. Had to do some demolition and, spread facilitate the troop movements of our Sankirtan movement. Let's see another. Oh yeah, another definition as an adjective is leading the way, trailblazing. So that was definitely Srila Gurudev. He was a real trailblazer. He was the first to do so many things. There's a story of how Prabhupada invited him for dinner or for lunch, and afterwards asked him if he could start distributing Back to Godhead magazines. So that's how the book distribution started. And so many other ways he was a trailblazer. And the next one is to venture into an area or prepare a way. So he prepared so many things for us, established so many temples like this one here. Now we can all come and participate. So he established so many things in the field of education and preaching and book distribution. So now it's easy for us to just participate in these things, setting up a restaurant. He also established a farm community, although it wasn't successful, but he still attempted to do that. And the last one is to initiate or participate in the development of something. So we know that he was probably, as someone said, Srila Prabhupada's foremost pioneer in establishing and setting up so many things in our movement. So that was definitely Srila Gurudev, Prabhupada's foremost pioneer in establishing this movement all over the world. And I also wanted to mention how his life was an example of sadhana. He once said that our whole life is sadhana, everything we do is sadhana. So Srila Gurudev was that perfect example. Everything he did was his sadhana, dedicated to his sadhana and performing sadhana. He was a wonderful example for us to follow. So we always say there's two types of association, Vani and Vapu. So now that Srila Gurudev is personally gone, I personally feel that his association is still available. I know whenever I pray to him, I always get some answer and some inspiration. So I'm sure we all feel like that with his personal association, which we miss so much, that he's still available to us through his Vani or his instruction or through praying to him. So, as Chaitanya Chandra mentioned, those of us who are getting older, we only have so many years left, so I pray that I can somehow follow in his footsteps and serve Prabhupada the way he would want me to serve Prabhupada, and continue his legacy, the way he surrendered to Prabhupada and the way he followed Prabhupada's teachings. Jai Srila Gurudeva Ki Jai.
Om Jnana-timirandasya Gnanjana Shalakaya Chakshur Unmilitam Jena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Nama Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Prasthaya Bhutale Srimati Tamal Krishna Goswamin iti namane. Namo Om Vishnupadaya Krishna Pastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhaktivedanta Swamin iti namane. Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pacharane Nirveshesha Sunyavadi Paskati Deshatanane Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhyavacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Hare Krishna. So I'm very, very happy to be here. I'll try. Yeah, I mean, this is wonderful for us. We didn't have any plan to be able to come, but it just came together at the last moment. And yeah, you know, separation makes the heart grow fonder. Maybe that's one of the reasons why we're up there. But it's very wonderful to be here with all of you, and especially on this day. Radha Kalachandji looks absolutely stunning. I can tell it's Manjuali, right? Did she dress this morning? Yeah. Okay, so I also have Radha Vinod's offering here, which is short, and I can also all right, well, I lost it. You want to get it again? I'll go ahead and say a little something, and then I'll read it afterwards, huh? Okay? So just have it ready, and so I just had some thoughts that occurred to me. So, you know, devotees, aspiring devotees, what to speak of Vaishnavas, you know, we don't do things like on our own power. I mean, that's for like Gyanis or Hatha yogis or karmis. You know, they're interested in doing something, you know, their own power of austerity and knowledge, but that's not Vaishnavas. And I was thinking that one of my favorite stories is the story of Srinivasacharya, where he was deep in meditation, but he stayed in that meditation for so long that the devotees, they started to get very concerned and worried. And then his close associate, Ramachandra, he went into that same meditation to bring him out of it, to bring Srinivasacharya out of it. So in the meditation, they were actually in the pastimes, taking part in the pastimes of Shri Radha Krishna. And the particular pastime was that Radharani had lost a piece of jewelry. I think it was maybe one of her anklets. I'm not sure, maybe one of her anklets. And so everyone was looking for it. And so, you know, Ramachandra, he went into this pastime and he actually found it. He found her piece of... So I think about that and I think, okay, you know, thousands of gopis are looking for it and you actually find it. What would your first inclination be? What would you want to do? I know what I would want to do. I would want to present it to Radha. Look, I found it, I found it. But that he didn't do that. He gave it to his guru to give him the credit. And I just think how perfect, you know, that is. It's one of my favorite stories. So another thing was I recently read these books by Shyam Sundar, you know, Chasing the Rhino. First I read the one, and then after I read that one, I went ahead and bought the other two right away. So I read all three. And a recurring theme that I found, I got many things from reading those books, but one recurring theme, very interesting, was how in those days, in the, you know, the presence of Srila Prabhupada on this planet, the devotees, they were able to, like, you know, purposefully put themselves in situations of service where they couldn't do it They just it was way beyond what they could do. And then they would watch how Krishna would make it happen. It was a like recurring theme in Shamsundar's books. And so I was thinking about, Srila Gurudev's different accomplishments. And of course, he had amazing abilities and amazing qualities. Like he had, how Brahmatirtha Prabhu just mentioned, he called him a Renaissance man. But he had incredible devotional qualities, but it was also, he was right at home in heavy-duty situations with, materialists. He knew his way around the world, he could handle himself anywhere. So he had just a mixture of abilities but he also understood this principle. And he knew without a shadow of a doubt that when he took something up, it was going to be successful. In other words, he knew that Krishna was going to make it successful. So I thought about different times, where he would be kind of, I guess, in the precipice of something. And, he had done something and then he was looking for the next thing to do, the next challenge. And so he already had, another thing I wanted to mention was how I heard a number of lectures by His Holiness Giriraj Maharaj, and he said something about how, of course, we all understand that we have to have mercy. You cannot, there's just no way you can get free from Maya without getting the mercy of the Vaishnavas and Krishna. I mean, Krishna actually has to make it happen. And Giriraj Maharaj was saying how you can't force someone to give you mercy. He said, but you can act in a way to make it likely that they will give you mercy. So Gurudev was already completely familiar with this. He already understood this. He had already done it many times. So when he contemplated what he was going to do, what that challenge, what that accomplishment was going to be, he already knew this. He knew that what I'm going to do, Krishna is actually going to fulfill it. He's going to make it successful. He's going to make it wildly successful. So in going into it and thinking about what he was going to do, it had to be worthy. It had to be worthy of, on different levels. It's his personal offering to Srila Prabhupada. It was something that Krishna was actually going to step in and make happen. And it all, and he also had his own abilities that he had to engage in Krishna's service. And anyway, that was my thought I had. Arjun Krishna Prabhu? Oh, did he? Do you want to read it, Nandini, or you want me to read it? Actually, I was with Radha Vinod when he wrote this offering, and I edited it because his English is really funky. So I helped him with it, so it's kind of good that I read it, I guess. Yeah, he did stay there for quite a long period of time. And it was an incredible thing. There was a number of things that had to be there in place for that to happen. Like, it was, we had a house close to the temple. It was suitable for his use. And there was no place for him to stay at the temple at that time. And, Yashoda and I, we didn't have children. We had a small business that we pretty much could do on the weekends. A lot of things made it possible for that to happen. So, yeah, he stayed at our house. It was his quarters. It was his base, whenever he was in Houston. He spent a lot of time in Texas in those days. And so, there was like so many things. I wish I could remember all of them. They come out at different times. I think of different things at different times, and one of the really sweet things was when he would also bring his godbrothers there. He would bring different people there. He would even arrange for them to stay there if he wasn't there, because it was his quarters, and he knew they were nice. So Hridayananda Maharaj visited, he had him stay there. Burijan Prabhu visited, he had him stay there. And then, just to get the association or give his association to persons, he would have them stay there. So whenever Giridhari Maharaj was there, he would stay there with him. Jivananda Prabhu, he used to stay there with him. Giriraj Maharaj, he stayed there with him. Whenever Krishna Kirtan used to come, he would stay there because he was doing his university studies then in Philadelphia. In those times, they were just beyond compare. I was a lot different than other devotees. Like Gurudev said to me one time, he said, in Prabhupada's time, you would have been a personal servant, which is a very nice thing to say, but it wasn't just that he was saying that, he was also saying you would not have been a secretary. I had a certain nature, and I didn't get yelled at very much. But, there wasn't much going on up here either. He liked my service, he liked my cooking. I don't think I ever cooked anything that he didn't like. He would get a little annoyed with me but most of the time it was just sweet, I got, a lot of more of the rose than the thunderbolt. I got the thunderbolt too, though. It's not that I didn't get it, but I didn't go through what a lot of managers. I had to deal with lots of problems and lots of issues and lots of challenges. I didn't go through that stuff very much. All right, so I'll read Radhavinoda Prabhu's offering here. You are my eternal Father, my only hope to continue on the path of bhakti. Dear Srila Gurudev, please accept my most humble obeisances. All glories to your divine grace. All glories to Srila Prabhupada. Here I stand once again searching my heart for the words that can express my gratitude, dependence, and desire to meet you again. Today, while thinking of what to write, sweet memories came, times of personal service that I have not remembered in quite some time. Mayapur Festival 1992 was special. I was serving you in Dallas, and I flew to the Holy Land a few days after you to continue with the service. There I saw you again, but this time you were being visited every day by leading devotees of our movement who had so much appreciation and respect for you. This gave me a sense of awe, not prominent in Dallas, which was more like a family setting. I was running here and there, up the stairs and down again, to find someone you wanted to see. I was fired up. In the mornings after serving breakfast, I had to go to the Jagannath temple, 30 minutes away, to get a papaya. I had never seen one in my life, and of course it took me several attempts, and you patiently educating me to learn which was the right one. Then after cleaning your quarters, I had to take a boat to Navadvip to get fruits, vegetables, and other cooking ingredients. And in the evening, to the Goshal to get fresh milk. That was easy because they knew you, and they were helpful. Then at bedtime there was massage, squeezing your arms and legs. I had cool hands, which you liked. One day you were in a meeting with your godbrothers, leaders of our movement. You called me in to go to get someone. You wanted me to hurry. As I was paying my obeisances right next to you, you lovingly kicked me with your foot to get me going. Everyone present burst out in laughter and exclaimed, "Jai," and you smiled. But now you are gone, and it's time to do service in separation. I pray every day that I can please you and follow your instructions, and that I can perceive your guidance and feel your presence. Sometimes I think that if I don't make it in this life, in the next, I could get another chance, and another spiritual master also. But that thought makes me sad. I want so much that it would be you again. When I first joined ISKCON, I was told that the spiritual master was my real father, which at that time I could not fully grasp. However, now I think that not only you are my real eternal father, but my only hope to continue on the path of bhakti. Your eternal servant, Radhavino Das, Dallas, Texas. He still considers Dallas his place, huh? Okay. Hare Krishna.
I just got a message, and I just wanted everybody to know about this. Is Jayapataka Maharaj. He's going to be here in about 5 minutes. What had happened was he told me that latest by 11:15, quarter to 12, he'll be here. But what happened was when he went to the clinic, they found out that he had a complication that needed to be dealt with because he's flying out today to New York, and then from there he's going to Italy. So they had to deal with it, so he's still in the clinic. He's undergoing an operation right now. And then he's got to catch his flight. So I told them, just don't bring him here, just take him straight to the airport, because make sure he gets his treatment done properly. But Jayapataka Swami Maharaj is we were going to play a 5-minute recording of Srila Gurudev praising Jayapataka Swami Maharaj. Because it happened in one time that it was Jayapataka Maharaj's Vyasa Puja, and Gurudev was catching his flight, just like Jayapataka Maharaj's, to go out of Kolkata from Mayapur. And when he came down, he said, I have to go in and say something about Jayapataka Maharaj. So he went in and said the sweetest thing about him, and they caught it for 5 minutes on video. And we wanted to play that video when Maharaj came in here as a reciprocation for him coming here, because he's spent so much time in Dallas. Really, it's unheard of that he spends this amount of time outside of Mayapur anywhere. In his whole life, he's never spent so much time in one city, all of his life, one city, as much as he did this time in Dallas. And we all know how much his disciples love him and how so many devotees love him. And amazing things happen. He just traveled everywhere with his bad health and gave so many lectures at so many places, stayed up till midnight giving classes, wake up again in the morning and start all over again. It's just incredible. I just don't know how this is happening. It's just totally incredible. Anyway, so he realized he couldn't come. So he said, I have to pay a fine. So he says, tell Nityananda, I'm going to pay $500 as a fine. We used to joke at one time when Maharaj would give class here, and someone's cell phone would go off, and they say, okay, that's $50. You didn't turn your cell phone off, you have to pay a $50 fine. So I'm sorry I couldn't come, so I'll pay a $500 fine. So anyways, disciples wanted to say how much they also missed this program. They wanted to be at this program. They feel like the disciples of Gurudev have served them in a way that they feel so much wanted in Dallas and loved, because we didn't really discriminate between spiritual masters. For us, our spiritual master loved every spiritual master, and he even in his Vyasa Puja would speak extensively about other spiritual masters and God brothers and God sisters. Like there's so much love, so they wanted to express their appreciation about that. Jayapataka Swami Maharaj ki jai. It's just one more of Gurudev's. Gurudev was such a lion-like character. So Prabhupada once said that there are 91 categories of personalities in this world. He explained it. He says 91 categories, 91 types of personalities. And we were counting here that we had 80 lions in this temple. 80 lions all over, from here and outside like that, right? And then these 2 lions came to Srila Gurudev's quarter, Samadhi, the ones that are in front? So it made it 82. So now we have the 81 lions. And he wanted us to be like lion-like characters, right? Everybody should be like a lion. And we have one extra one, just so that others can join us as well. You know, if there is one other category outside of the 81, that's covered as well. So anyway, I really appreciated your talk, Chaitanya Chandra Prabhu, about, Gurudev turning people around. Just, when he met them, people may be running totally west, and he'd sort of like swing them around and run totally east, right? And they became such amazing devotees. And this is, in his class this morning, he was talking about that. We weren't here at the class, right? He was talking about, and you said that, Vaishnava is a person who preaches. And this is the mood that we should have. And if anything, I think Gurudev would be very, very happy to learn that we're also preaching very strongly, And somehow in our movement, we've sort of toned that down a little. We've become comfortable, let's put it this way. We find ourselves in a very good situation, and a lot of people living very comfortable lives. Gurudev would not want that. He'd want us to be strong preachers like that. All right, so we're going to have some offerings go on, and after the offerings we'll do Pushpanjali, but until the offerings go on, we're going to continue with all of you saying something. Who would like to speak next? Anybody? We had the Prabhus speak, but I think we'd like one of the Maharajas to speak, maybe. Anybody here from the Maharaja's side would like to say something? Maybe, Nandini Prabhu, you want to come through? You come through, Nandini Prabhu, you come through, and then she can come as well. Or you want to come first? That's fine. One of you come forward. Please come. Please come forward. This one is big forward so they can see you on the other side.
Okay. Hare Krishna. Om Jnanatimanandasya Gadanjana Shalakaya Chakshunu Meditam Gena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Namanam Vishnuvadaya Krishna Bhutale Shrimate Tamal Krishna Goswami Tamani. Namanam Vishnuvadaya Krishna Bhutale Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swami Tamane. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Pracharane Nirvishesha Shunyavani Prashashadesh Tarane. So, I kind of wrote a long offering, so I'm just gonna read a little bit of my offering that was in the Vyasa Puja book, and so I first what I wanted to say and what I said was that Srila Guru inspired me from the very first moment that I saw him. Both my husband and I were together. We walked into his office to meet him for the first time. And when I saw him, when I saw my Gurudev, I knew he inspired me from the very beginning. The whole room was glowing and effulgent. And he inspired me every day since that day. In that particular meeting, he said, "Why don't you guys move into the temple?" It was a very direct Srila Gurudev. We were living in North Dallas. He said, "Why don't you all just move into the temple?" Ultimately, we did do that. We moved into Mother Leela Maturana's house first, and then in a house on Gurley Avenue. So, yes, you've always been my inspiration, Gurudev. And on the 75th Vyasa Puja here, in glorious Kalachandji Dham, the mood was prasadam, and along with Jayanti, who has been always serving Srila Gurudev and decorating his Vyasa Puja for countless years, I was able to assist her, and I created these posters filled with memorable, sublime pictures of Gurudev taking prasadam, honoring prasadam, and the prasadam was everywhere, from early days with Srila Prabhupada, Fiji, in England at Windsor House, what he in the Philippines when he was feeding popcorn to the children and, effulgent and beaming. So the way, on those posters, the way Srila Gurudev honored prasadam shows us all how we should honor prasadam. Just very glorious. So he, in the peacock room with all of his constituents, prasadam, every one of us, Yogamaya, what would you always make? And when Gurudev came in the peacock room with all his college constituents, every one of us would make a specialty. Leela would make the southern, and with Jayanti, and you would make your spring rolls, and I would make lasagna, and we'd all have and they were ever amazed at the prasadam that was being served. So prasadam distribution's been a thread in my life. And from the very beginning, Srila Gurudev engaged me in Kalachandji's. Chaitanya, remember those days, those magical times. And then Leela phoned me and told me that Srila Gurudev had departed. So it was a very intense moment for us, but we remembered how he had given us that instruction to both my husband and I to distribute prasadam, somehow or another do restaurant seva. And so we were in a search for the perfect restaurant, and that was Tamal Krishna's Veggie Garden Cafe in Puerto Rico. And in Jayapataka Maharaj visited that temple, our restaurant, Radhanath Maharaj visited, Indradumna Swami came. And we felt purified and blessed in that service. So people were endlessly amazed. Reviews came in, like amazing reviews for that restaurant. One of them said that people in Hathaway are blessed if they can come to Tamal Krishna Maharaj's restaurant, Tamal Krishna Goswami's restaurant, and take prasadam. So I wanted to just close, because it's a long offering, but I just thought I would close with kind of a little, let's see if I can pull it up. It was something I wrote about Srila Gurudev. Let me see. I don't know what's happening here. Why is this showing here? Let me see if I can pull it up. In one moment. Let me see if I can find it. I'm seeing all these glorious offerings that I feel like I should be reading instead of mine. So many beautiful offerings from everyone. Let me see if I can find this really quick. I wanted to share this. I see yours, my husband, Kartikeya. You should read your offering. Mathuranath's offering. So yes, I'll just share this part that I wrote to Gurudev. So this was, this was, I just kind of spelled his name out. So as for Srila Gurudev, I wrote that sober and strong, Srila Prabhupada said you could withstand fire. R, resourceful, not a stone unturned in your service. I, indomitable spirit. L, loving and compassionate to everyone fortunate enough to cross your path, be it scholars or laymen. Artistic, this temple room is a testament. Gracious, a perfect gentleman to all, merciful and compassionate. You, uninterrupted, pure devotional service. R, relishing Krishna prasadam. You, Gurudev, you, unlimited knowledge of all the Vedic scriptures. D, depending completely on Srila Prabhupada. E, ecstatic chanting and singing. V, victorious. Srila Prabhupada said, impossible was a word in the Fool's Dictionary, and you took this to heart from day one. You secured the land in Mayapur for Srila Gurudev, a feat only you could do. You opened China and made so many devotees. Gurudev, attentive to every detail, mystical. I followed your lotus feet, Srila Gurudev, and pray that I can continue to serve you. Again and again, keep me engaged in your service. Hare Krishna.
Panchakalpatarubhyasya kripasindho vacha patitanam papanibhyo vaisnavyo namo. Namo Vishnupadaya Krishna Pista Bhutale Srimati Tamal Krishna Goswami Tinamini. Okay. Oh. That close? Okay. That's good. Okay, I just want to remember, I came here in 1987, and I never met Srila Gurudev, right? And then, actually he invited me to come because my husband wrote a letter that I'm from the Philippines, and we like to go to Dallas because we have a son to put in a Gurukul. So Gurudev sent me all these pictures from the Philippines. When he took over the Philippines, he sent me like maybe 10 pictures. When he was in the Philippines, he sent it to Cleveland. And then after that, we came here. We just show up. We came here. I remember it's August of 1987. And then when I came here, after a few weeks or a month or two, I've been hearing that Srila Gurudev is heavy. I said, oh, and but I saw, when I came here, I saw Vrindavan Bihari, Nila Madhava, and so I feel like I was welcome in the community, right? And then around October, Srila Gurudev came because it's Christmas marathon. So he came here, and then he asked me, I said, you might be Mahamaya. I said, yes, Srila Gurudev. And then he said, I hear you do Sankirtan in the Philippines. I said, yes, Gurudev. Then he told me, okay, I want you to continue your Sankirtan here in Dallas. I said, okay. And then after that, he wanted to give me initiation. I said, no, I'm not ready, Gurudev. and then he asked me again, and then the third time he gave initiation in Houston, that is Vyasa Puja, 1990. And then he asked me if he want me to get reinitiated. I said, okay. And then at that time we're doing Sankirtan because it's Christmas marathon, so we do a lot of painting every day. And then at that time, he gave me a Mukunda Datta Prabhu, give us a list, like to study to pass the test so that we get initiation. And then I said, Gurudev, I don't know if I can pass this, So anyhow, I just read, they have the walkie-talkie before, right? So I read all the answer and the question and I recorded. So during Sankirtan, I just put in my headphone, I kept listening, listening to it. And Mukunda Datta Prabhu is, he has very heavy question, So anyhow, I don't know if I pass it or not, but he told me, you go to Houston, I give you initiation. So I said, okay. So I went there. I ride with Gopali. You remember Gopali? And Divaprastha Prabhu and me. And what's the other guy? The one who passed away. I forgot his name. No, the one who... who lived there. He was a brahmachari with Divaprastha together. Vidagda, yeah. So we all went there. So when I went to Houston, it's his Vyasa Puja. And then so I was in the old temple, the small temple. And then so I was there, and then it's a lot of devotees there. And then we all sit there, and then he gave me the name Yogamaya. Yeah, it was really nice. And then after that, they have a feast. And then after the feast, he called me in his room and he gave me this second initiation at the same day. So it was nice. And then when I came back, I always remember Gurudev. I mean, it's not like remember, everybody knows, Every 5 o'clock or 6 o'clock in the afternoon, he always walking up and down the street. And me and Padadoli always watch him across the street with Padadoli's house, walking up and down Gorley. And it's always in my head, that smile he has, the sweet smile, You always look at and he smile at you, It's very sweet smile. And they always say Gurudev is heavy, but somehow he never get heavy with me. He always has that big smile, It's always smile at me, He always say Yoga Maya, But and then I always remember Gurudev when he has like all his God brothers come to Dallas. He always so happy to see them. He's always so happy to see his God brothers and God sisters. Anyhow, I think that's all I can say. Haribol.
Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Tamal Krishna Goswami Iti Namine. Jai Gurudev. And I was thinking that we have, different people come at different times, but I have had Gurudev's association for about 20 years, his Vapu association, because I think we met him in 1982, it was 81 or 82, and then he leaves in 2002. And now it's been 21 years since his departure. So now, the second half of my spiritual life is going to be much longer than without his association. That has been the first 20 years that I had with him. And of course, we heard so much about Gurudev this morning, and I can never repay that he gave me initiation. Somebody was talking today about how he knew how to read each person, and he read me really well from the very beginning, because when we first joined, Nandini was saying we met Gurudev, and yes, that night he was effulgent. He in his office, was in the evening, and he had a lamp, a food lamp, that it was warm light, and he, it was just an amazing experience. But Nandini was totally taken over by him, and I did too, in a sense. But we have been talking to the devotees earlier, before we met Gurudev,
you know, I kept hearing different things, right? Like, yeah, they had Krishnas, and yeah, I surrendered, and I came here. I gave my card, giving all this money. We visited some devotees here in the community those days. That the houses were standing like this, you know, they were wooden houses. It was a completely different neighborhood. Raccoons living under your house. Possums, and you know, I went to visit a devotee, and when I went into the house, the smallest cockroach was about this big, running all over the walls, and then other devotees were living in houses that had no furniture. Their clothes were black garbage bags, or you know, garden bags or whatever. And then I heard that, you know, you had to give 50% of your income. And so I was a little thinking, okay, well, what are we getting into? They talk about cleanliness, but look at what's going on. You know, they want 50% of the income. I mean, you know, those days cults were, you know, up there. And I say, and so I came in very soft, you know, slowly and sort of defensive into the movement. And Gurudev read me like a book, just like that. So he never pushed me. One of the first service he gave me was to go and raise money for the building of the restaurant. And we were selling these Hong Kong paintings, and he said, Kartikeya, Bhakta Carlos, I want you to do this, but you go and sell, but I like you to keep 20% of whatever you sell for maintaining of your family. He never chastised me because I knew that my ego was so big that I couldn't take it. Only once he chastised me in Fiji, actually. That was the only time that Gurudev chastised me. We were in an evening program in somebody's home, and I was sitting next to a devotee. Gurudev was talking, and then was questions and answers. And this devotee here, I have some questions for him, but I just cannot muster up to ask the question, you know. And so it was going like that, and I said, and then I went and said, Srila Gurudev, this devotee here has questions for you, but he can ask. And he really came down on me and says, and what are you so puffed up that you have to take, you know, you have to get involved in this? Why don't you let the devotee just do his thing, you know? And I went, woo! But anyway, yeah, he was, he guided me, he took me into his lap, and guide us, and you know, he told us a couple of times, and then it was mentioned that one is that if you ever at a crossroads in your life, open up a restaurant. You have the personality and the know-how, and Nandini is a good cook. Based on his experience with us working with Kalachanchi at the beginning, I guess. And then another time he told me, because my service at the beginning, I was in business, I was traveling all over the world, and so my service was to give a Lakshmi to Gurudev for his programs, and Nandini was doing a lot of service here at the temple. And so he told me, no, you're doing the right thing, Kartikeya. Now, this is a little later, he says, but in Kali Yuga, there is not enough wealth to give in charity. So if you're going to give in charity, distribute prasadam. That's the way to give in charity in Kali Yuga. So we took that to heart. And so when he left this world in Puerto Rico, we were like, you know, I mean, we just didn't know what to do and how we will keep this relationship going with Srila Gurudev. And so at that point we thought of opening up a restaurant in his name, Tamal Krishna Veggie Garden. I remember in one Vyasa Puja offering, I have a credit card that said Tamal Krishna Veggie Garden, and I wrote, so now you have your own gold American Express card, Gurudev. But anyway, so in these years, since he hasn't been around, the thing that keeps me really connected with him, I remember Gurudev saying all the time that he, in the mornings when he was taking a shower, shaving, or whatever, he was always listening to Srila Prabhupada cassette tapes those days. And that stuck in my mind, and so I've been fairly good to listen to his classes almost on a daily basis. And so, in a sense, what to me, even now, I feel that I have the best of both worlds, because by hearing his classes, by hearing his voice, by hearing his singing, when he sings Radha Madhava, by appreciating the immense wealth of realizations and teachings that I receive from these classes, his sense of humor many times in these classes, his laugh, you remember sometimes he will go, so I couldn't, that I am basically, I feel like I'm associating with his Vapu, because he's right there. He's right there in these lectures, and he's so alive, and he's amazing. I just feel like he never left because of that. And at the same time, I'm associating with his Vani by hearing his lectures and the philosophy and and inspiring him. And what I got, for example, today out of the class of this morning, one of the many points, but was that I got from the class that many times when I do some service, I'm thinking, or doing tapasya or something, I'm thinking, okay, I'm doing this because this is good for my spiritual life. This will help me to advance. But after hearing the class, I realized that I've been doing it all wrong, because we should do this not for our own advance or whatever, but for the pleasure of the spiritual master. So I'm now making a vow in front of all of you that from now on, whenever I do things, I'm going to work my consciousness into whatever I do, in doing as a pleasure for Gurudev and Krishna. And we're running out of time, so I have something really short to read. I'm going to leave with that. This is a dedication that Sri Varan Swami has written in his book Venu Gita. He did a dedication in one of the pages, and on the other page they put this beautiful rendering of Srila Gurudev, and they were very tight. But anyway, this is what he said, and I'm closing with this. To my very dear friend Goswami Maharaj, you used to say, tell me about your realizations, and when I wrote them down, you challenged them. But you were satisfied in the end. Then you said, I should be writing these books. Not a day goes by that I do not think of you. On Janmastami and Vyasa Puja days and Nuvrajadam, because Gurudev used to go and spend Janmastami there many, many times, I put your picture out and decorated with chandan and a garland. When I do the midnight arti, which you used to do, I put a small picture of you in the altar. But it's not the same without you. Neither is my life.
I miss you so much. I regret not having told you what I always felt and what you always want to hear. I love you. We love you, Gurudev. I offer this book, Krishna Sangati, to you. I wish you had written it. As the Vrajavasis met Krishna again after many tribulations, I know that we too will meet again. Au revoir. French for see you later. Srila Gurudev Ki Jai, Hare Krishna.
Namaum Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shrimati Tamal Krishna Goswaminiti Namine Namaum Vishnupadaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Shrimati Bhaktivedanta Swaminiti Namine Namaste Sarasvati Devi Gauravani Pacharine Nirvishesha Shanyavadi Prashchacha Adeshatarine. So I came to Krishna consciousness in November of 1978. I knew nothing of Eastern philosophy. I got a book. My ex-husband brought a Bhagavad Gita into the home that he got on a parking lot. I took it up. He didn't. And so for 5 years I procrastinated to go to the temple after I had called and asked what kind of program do they have, and they told me, yeah, come to the temple. So and when that Sunday came, I chickened out, and it was 5 years later after Maya had beat me to death. I found that Bhagavad Gita again, opened it up, and hey, this is what I need. Let me call that temple. And so they told me to come, and I saw all the Radha Damodar men. I didn't know that that's who they were, but they were having this rip-roaring kirtan that was like out of this world, and in this little small room that was about as big as the Pujari room, running up and down the walls. And I said, wow, I never seen so many men, practice religion like this. I better really stay and check this out. So Tamal Krishna Maharaj came, and like I said, I didn't know what a guru was. They told what few women were in the temple visiting, because they couldn't stay there. They go back home. What few women were in the temple, they told us that we had to cover our heads. That's what the brahmacharis told us. Cover our heads and even our eyes if we wanted to go to the airport to see to see Tamal Krishna Maharaj come that September. And so anyway, we sneaked to the airport without saris, and so I said, oh, and he came through the airport, and he's was walking like this, and I said, oh, so that's what a guru is. All these words were so foreign. Prashadam, guru, all these things. Because I was living in my own little, black bubble in our, our way of life, Christianity and, what comes with that. So he gave darshans every night, just questions. And first they would have the brahmacharis give their recollections of what happened at the airport. And then he would have questions and answers. And the more that I heard, conceptions like even as small as you're not this body, brought me the greatest bliss that ever was. Because for so many years, in a black body, you feel like, you're nothing compared to other races. And just the philosophy of Krishna consciousness just blew my mind. Every aspect of it was just like a real awakening for me. So after I heard lectures by Tamal Krishna Maharaj, I asked him, maybe it took only about 3 months, because this all was like music to my ears. And I asked him, could he be my guru? And he said yes. And then he told me to come to Dallas, because I had a 3-year-old daughter at that time, and there were children there. And St. Louis was just all brahmacharis. But actually those brahmacharis, they taught me a lot. I would come, they wanted nothing to do with women, but I would listen to their classes, and they would talk about how women are ugly and you should see them without their makeup and all these kind of things. And I thought, what's wrong with them? So, the men on one side, men in the front, women in the back. But, it's sort of I didn't think that it was so bad, because I thought if you really want to protect your brahmacharis and keep them from being lured away by lust, better the women sit in the back. I know that's a whole different concept now, so don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to play down the men over here and the women over there. But at that time, Prabhupada had just left his body, I think in November before I came, November 77. And I came in 1978. So when I met Tamal Krishna Maharaj, I didn't realize that he had just lost his spiritual master. But he was still just like standing firm, preaching really heavy. And so, because when we lost him, I was completely devastated. Couldn't even function for about a year. But he was glorious. He was glorious. And they were saying that he made so many disciples, like 1,300 plus or something like that. And that's because he was such a great preacher, and still is, through his tapes, like Kartikeya was saying, that keeps him going. And I really miss him. I don't even know why he made me the head pujari, but it taught me a lot of things. It really increased my concentration on detail. He would come in every morning after greeting the deities and bring me into the temple room and point out so many different aspects of Krishna that I'd never even, because I had never even dressed Radha Kalachandji before I became the head pujari, so it was all new to me. And it also helped me learn how to deal with people. That was the real challenge. So many different personalities, and you can only talk to certain people in certain ways, and other people you got to tip up on them, and others you can just speak straight on. And so that was a real challenge, but with time I learned something, somewhat. I don't know if I'm doing it right now or what, but I hope that he's been pleased with my service thus far. I don't feel like I've actually accomplish much myself, but hopefully he will look on me and say, okay, by causeless mercy. That's what he always told me. You're just here by causeless mercy. So I hope that he can look down on me and say, okay, Chandravali, you can come. Hare Krishna. Thank you. Srila Gurudev ki jai.
Now have you all get up and come closer to Srila Gurudev so we can do the Pushpanjali.
Tell them about the feast. The feast is going to be, we'll serve out downstairs, but then they can take it upstairs.
To eat. Okay. Should I say it? No?
Yeah, I think so.
And just for your information, when we serve the feast out, the feast will be served in the activity room. But please take your plates and go upstairs and eat in the hall upstairs, okay? We serve out in the activity room, but the place to eat is upstairs, not in the activity room. Thank you. Hare Krishna. Someone's getting the... Can you just see if someone gets the flower petals? Okay. Please come in closer because we want to make sure the flower petals actually do reach Srila Gurudev. Okay, we have the flower petals. Everybody has petals. Okay, so please repeat after me. Om Jnanatimirandhasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Jaina Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Shri Chaitanya Manobhishtam Stapitam Jaina Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamahyam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guroho Shri Yuta Padakamalam Shri Gurun Vaishnavamscha Shri Rupam Sagajatam Sahagana Raghunathanvitam Tam Sajivam Sadvaitam Savadhutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Shri Radha Krishna Padan Sahagana Lalita Shri Vishakhanvitamscha Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pesthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Niti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Pracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Paschat Deshatarine Nama Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Pesthaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Namine Shivashbhanavi Devi Daitaya Kripabdhaye Krishna Sambandha Vijnana Daine Prabhave Namaha Madhuryojvala Premadhya Shri Rupanuga Bhaktida Shri Gaura Karuna Shakti Vigrahaya Namostute Namaste Gauravani Shri Murte Dinatarine Rupanuga Viruddhapa Siddhanta Dhvantaharine Namo Gaur Kishoraya Sakshad Vairagya Murte Vipralambara Sambhode Padambujayate Namaha Namo Bhakti Vinodaya Satchidananda Namine Gaura Shakti Swarupaya Rupanuga Varayate Gaura Virbhava Bhumestvam Nirdeshta Sajjana Priyaha Vaishnava Sarva Bhomaha Shri Jagannathayate Namaha Vanchakalpa Turubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhya Vaishnavebhya Namo Namaha Namo Mahavadanyaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namine Gauratushe Namaha Panchatattvatmakam Krishnam Bhaktarupa Swarupakam Bhaktavataram Bhaktakhyam Namami Bhakta Shaktikam Hey Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dinabandho Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Jayatam Surato Pangor Mama Mandamatir Gati Matsarvasvapadam Bhojo Radha Madana Mohano Divyad Brindaranya Kalpadrumadaha Srimad Ratnagara Singhasanastho Srimad Radha Srila Govinda Devo Prasthali Bihi Sevyamana Smarami Shriman Rasa Rasarambhi Bamshi Bata Tatastitaha Karshan Venuspaner Gopir Gopinath Shriyestunaha Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Sute Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shivasadi Gaura Bhakta Brinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So now we're going to do Gurudev's Pranam Mantra, and we're going to be offering the flower petals 9 times, okay? So make sure you can offer 1 petal at a time, but don't try and throw all your flowers at them. You'll be out without flowers. Okay, so please repeat after me. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prishthaya Bhutale, Srimate Tamal Krishna, Goswami Niti Namine, Esha Pushpanjali, Esha Pushpanjali, Esha Pushpanjali. Jai Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj Srila Gurudeva Ki Jai. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prishthaya Bhutale, Srimate Tamal Krishna, Goswami Niti Namine, Esha Pushpanjali, Esha Pushpanjali, Esha Pushpanjali. Jai Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj Srila Gurudeva Ki Jai. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prishthaya Bhutale, Srimate Tamal Krishna, Goswami Niti Namine, Esha Pushpanjali, Esha Pushpanjali, Esha Pushpanjali. Jai Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj Srila Gurudeva Ki Jai. Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj Vyasa Puja Mahatsava Ki Jai. Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj Avirbhav Mahatithi Ki Jai. Om Vishnupad Paramahansa Parivrajikacharya Astotar Sata Shri Shrimad. His Divine Grace Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj Gurudeva Ki Jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande Hari Hari Bol. So now we'll do the Guru Puja. Thank you very much. Hare Krishna. Yeah, can sing, and then one of you can do the puja, Guru Puja. Lead this. Yeah.
We're going to do the Samsara Daura, right? Yeah.
Thank you.
Do we have anybody play the drum? Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prestaya Bhutale, Srimate Tamal Krishna Goswami Niti Namine. Nama Om Vishnu Padaya, Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Bhakti Vedanta Swami Iti Namine Shri Radha Kalachandji Ki Jai. Namaste Saraswati Devi Gauravani Prachadine Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Vaskatya Teshatadine Sangsarada Vanalalita Loka Sunaya Karunya Ganaganatam Praptasya Kalyana Gunanavasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Shivigrahara Mahaprabhu Kirtana Nitya Gita Vaditramadyan Manasara Sena Mancha Kampaju Tarananga Bhajo Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Vigrahara Zananityanana Sringadatan Mandira Majinado Tasya Bhaktam Chaniyunjatopi Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Chaturvidha Sri Bhagavat Prasado Sadhana Chittan Hari Bhakta Sanghan Vaiva Triptim Bhajata Sadaiva Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Radhika Madhavayar Para Madhurya Leela Guna Rupa Namna Pratikshana Swadana Lolupasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Nikunjayuno Ratikeli Siddhay Yaya Libir Dukira Pikshaniya Atrati Dakshadati Valabhashya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Sakshadharitena samasta shastre Uktatata bhavyata eva sadbhi Kintu prabhurya priya eva tasya Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam 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 Yasya prasadat bhagavat prasado Yasya prasadanagati kutopi Jayam tuvam tasya yasasti sanjam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Vande Guru Shri Charanarvindam Jaya Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva Jaya Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Jaya Guru Deva. Jaya Jaya Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Jaya Jaya Guru Dev. Namah Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Tamal Krishna Goswami Niti Namine Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prestaya Bhutale Srimate Tamal Krishna Goswami Niti Namine Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Ram,
Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Rama, Hare Rama, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Nithai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nithai Gaura Haribo. Nithai Gaura Haribo, 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 Haribo. Nithai Gaura Haribo, 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 Nithai Gaura Haribo. Jai Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Jai Guru Deva. Jaya Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Guru Deva, Jai Guru Deva. Jaya Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Jaya Jaya Guru Jaya Jaya Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Dev Guru Dev. Jaya Jaya Guru Dev, Guru Dev, Dev Guru Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jaya Jaya Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada.
Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajagacharya Ashtotarasata Sri Srimad. His Divine Grace, Srila Tamal Krishna Goswami Maharaj, Srila Gurudeva Ki Jai. Srila Gurudeva Ki Jai. Srila Gurudeva Ki Jai. Srila Gurudev's Mahautsava Vyasa Puja celebration Ki Jai. Jai Om Vishnupad Paramahamsa Parivrajagacharya Ashtotarasata Sri Srimad. His Divine Grace, Srila A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami, Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Srila Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem Sagoho Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shyam Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhan Ki Jai. Shri Vrindavan Dham Ki Jai. Shri Mayapur Navadvitam Ki Jai. Shri Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Jai. Ganga Mai Ki Jai. Jamuna Mai Ki Jai. Tulsi Maharani Ki Jai. Bhakti Devi Ki Jai. Samaveda Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Sri Sri Guru and Gauranga.
Hari Hari Bol.